Give me just a second, guys. I'm getting set up here. I think we're I think we're gonna get a really good trade. Let's see here. Write these numbers down here quick. Give me give me literally like 2 minutes, and then we're gonna start framing up our trade for this session. The only reason I went live is because I have a trade setting up. Let's see. What the I don't even see where that's an option, bro. Mhm. Yeah. All right, get rolling here. All right, so let's see. Do we have? Let's see what we could like here. All right, guys. Um, so this is let's do a quick overview of what I'm exactly looking at for the rest of Asia, London, potentially New York, AM, right? I mean, we don't ever really know when exactly something's going to deliver. If we look at if we look at the daily chart on Nasdaq right now, I need everybody's eyes to go up here. That's where I'm starting. Okay. So you can see we had this huge bearish candle down here. What does that make? Lower low, lower high, lower low, higher high. So that formation is giving me my bullish daily breaker block. ICT breaker block there. Now, last week, or really more than last week, for uh, a few weeks or about a week and a half, we've trended down into that level, right? And we've also held the 50% line of that level, uh, which is seeming very strong for the bulls. So if I go down to the 4 hour now, what is our next likely draw on liquidity is this 4 hour swing high. That is Thursday, June 25th, high of day right here. Clear swing high on the 4 hour. Great. That's always a really good liquidity target, in my opinion. Now, where we have to be careful here is once this is taken, once this is swept, we could, because we have the daily bearish fair value gap right here, we could sweep this and then dump and then continue this downtrend, right, that we're currently in on this higher time frame. So we got to be careful of that. But up into that level, I think the bulls have it at least to here. Now ES has already taken that level. You can see that here. And it's still driving higher. It's not rejecting it, which makes me believe that we were not going to form some kind of SMT off of that level. So all of my eyes are on this level. We are now starting a new 1 hour candle here. Um, we have in this price leg in here is where I'm talking about. Our 4 hour open here, manipulated lower. It did not tap any of these fair value gaps in here, which I don't like as much. I really wish this 4 hour would have opened and manipulated into some of this stuff personally. But we do have a lower wick on the 4 hour now, and then a push away impulsively. So I do like that. We would potentially have an hourly fair value gap open here if the low of this hour right here holds. Obviously, it just started 3 minutes ago, so I'm not super dead set on that. We could potentially have a 30-minute fair value gap here, and definitely, I think, yeah, two different 15 minutes in here that could potentially give us that delivery. So what I'm essentially wanting to see is some kind of pull back and then to target higher and then take position and run something like this into maybe something like that into that level. Now that's just me drawing it up at kind of first glance. So I'm gonna let I'm probably gonna let this 1 hour candle, because it doesn't have a wick on the bottom of it at all, right? We have no manipulation on this 1 hour candle. I don't really want a long, and same on ES right here, right? I don't really want a long, assuming that this thing just, I mean, it may, right? I'm not 100% right all the time. It may just rocket ship up, and if it does, then I got to let it go. But I usually don't want to buy on an hourly candle that doesn't have any manipulation on it. So what I'm hoping to see here in the next, 10 minutes or so, 10, 20 minutes, is to get some sort of accumulation that then gives us that manipulation and then look for longs out of that. So I'm going to let this kind of cook here um, for about 10 minutes or so. See how this hourly candle's shaping up. At least let this first 15-minute interval of this hourly candle finish, and then um, really what I want to see is I want to see the hourly low get put in. I want this hourly candle to have some sort of wick on it, ideally, and then we'll we'll go from there. So I'm gonna let this. I'm gonna go make me a cup of coffee real quick. I'm gonna let this shake out until 12:15 New York Standard Time. Eastern Standard Time. Sorry, and then we'll go from there. But I think we have a very good trade opportunity during this session to deliver to that target there. So we're basically just going to wait. We want to see this hourly candle get some sort of low put in. It's only 6 minutes into this hour. I want some sort of low put in on this hourly candle before I buy it long. And then we would just look for continuations up into there. I'll be right back, guys. Oh, Still don't have no wick, bro. I found some chicken instead. Pivoted from the coffee. I'm gonna save the coffee for a little later. Forgot I still had some chicken. Where's everybody joining from tonight? YouTube, YouTubers. Need to check on. Where's my? Got a couple people on Kick. Is everyone trading um NQ, or do you guys trade other stuff as well? I only trade NQ and ES. I lean more towards NQ. Um, but if I have like an SMT or something like bearish SMT, I'm gonna go. Um, I'm gonna see which one's the weaker index, and I'm gonna short off of that one. But so tonight for this specific trade, I'm gonna definitely take it off NQ just because ES has already taken the 4 hour swing high that I'm using as target. I'll clean up my ES chart here real quick, make it a little more have it. So that's going to be previous week low, previous day low. It's right here now. Previous day high. So we are above previous day high on both indices, but neither one of them look like they're wanting to reverse or anything at this moment. I really want this 1 hour candle to get some sort of wick on it, man. I mean, I really hate taking a position on a high time frame candle that has no manipulation. All right, let's go down now into the 15 minute. What I'm really looking for, guys, is if I mean, like I said, ideally I want to wick on the 1 hour. I want to have some kind of manipulation. I hate buying, like in this case, I hate going long off of a candle that a high time frame candle that has no manipulation, because at any minute, that on the low time frame, this could go and then make the wick, and then I could get stopped, and then it could deliver, right? Um, but we don't always get what we want. You don't always get your ideal setup. Um, so we do have some 15 minutes fair value gaps down in here. I'm gonna go ahead and get these marked on my chart. I don't necessarily see that one getting hit, but my eyes really gravitate to this one. If that bearish close on this 11:45 candle, I would have expected this thing to tap what I when I started the stream, what I thought was when this hourly candle right here opened, I thought it was going to manipulate into this 15 and I was going to get in this trade pretty quick from starting the stream and then just run something like this. And basically, what is that trade? What is that trade? That trade is simply saying, if I look at the 4 hour candle, I'm just assuming that all I need, excuse me, all I need for my trade to hit is I need to let this be the 4 hour low and I need this to stay intact. And then I need this candle to remain bullish because here's the open of the 4 hour. My stop would be right underneath the 4 hour open. So basically, if this candle then reversed and flipped bearish, then obviously I'm wrong on my timing for this draw right here to get hit. Um, in this time period. So that was my trade setup that I was really aiming for. Like I said, we don't always get what we want, unfortunately. Wouldn't it be nice though? I like to say this on all of my streams. Um, please do not take everything that I say as 100%, you know, error proof. You know, I don't have a 100% win rate. I don't claim to have a 100% win rate. I think anybody that claims to have over probably a 75, 80% win rate, um, I would assume are lying unless they really have the receipts to prove that. Um, so, as you guys are joining my stream, really anyone's stream, you need to be very careful because you don't know where that person is in their week or their month, right? Like every trader is going to have like even profitable traders, they're going to have, losses throughout that month or throughout that week or whatever. They may be up 3%. So they may be going in a little heavier because they're already up a good bit on the week and they feel comfortable risking more. Or they may feel comfortable taking this A minus setup that they wouldn't take if they were at break even on the week, right? You may not be in that same scenario that person you're watching, streaming is on your week, on your month, on your year, whatever. So you have to really take into account your own trading decisions, and especially with sizing. Um, you know, do not over leverage yourself. Over leveraging yourself, trying to accelerate your results will only cripple you. Trust me, bro. Trust me. I could have been profitable probably an entire year before I actually became profitable just because of sizing. What I've had to learn is to size smaller on my initial risk and scale in heavier to my winners when I can scale in without adding more risk, and ideally where I can scale in and remain break even. That's even better. Like, for example, let's frame this up. So, say right now, I'm going to give you all free sauce that no one else is giving you. So say right now so say this candle right here, this one that we're on, say that it pulled back into this 15 minute, just for an example. Okay. And say we get in this exact trade right here that I have shown on this with this box. Say that I call this my stop loss to break even point. I want to take my risk off when I hit this, right? If I get, if this thing starts pushing for like in my direction, right, and I get past that stop loss to break even, okay, at that point, my stop goes up, my risk is off, right? Now, if I get a pullback, if I get some kind of pullback here, right, I have the opportunity to scale in maybe 25% of my position, like adding 25% more at this pullback. Then all that happens is this break even line moves up to, like, say, right here. That is what you need to do. Instead of oversizing this risk to begin with, like your initial stop loss, I used to oversize this. Don't do that. Don't get just because, like, hey, with my initial size, if I hit TP, I'll only get plus, $500, and that's not enough. And I want to oversize to get more. Don't, yeah, it may be only $500, but if you start scaling in, this could easily, flip to, double easily because you could potentially get more than one of these opportunities to get you you could go, scale in here, you know what I mean? Like you can scale in all the way up. Scaling into your positions to your winners, not your losers, that helps you keep your losers small and your winners big. That that right there, and being able to close the computer when I take a loss and walk away and accept that I'm wrong on that idea, those two things I believe are would fix at least half of the traders that are unprofitable right now. All right, I'll get off my rant. All right, back to our setup here. Let's see what we got going. And really, man, this thing's looking very, very bullish. Got a little 5 minute in here. I could potentially want to tap. My problem that I'm seeing with this is if I'm looking at this unbiasedly, I see this is all low resistance liquidity, which I definitely don't want low resistance liquidity sitting right at my stop loss. But in an ultra bullish market, you're going to have that's what it's going to build because it's making higher highs, higher lows without having liquidity sweeps, which is what low resistance liquidity is. So we'll see how this 15-minute closes here. Do we have, I don't really care. I don't, oops, I don't really care how close I am to this when I take my trade. Even if, like right now, this was 171 points. I don't really care. Even if I take it up here, obviously my stop wouldn't be that far, but even if I entered somewhere up here for just like 60 points or so, I'm totally fine with that. Um, because one, I have high confidence in the draw and liquidity, and two, I would be waiting for the proper confirmation that the timing is there. I don't know if is this anyone's first time to join my stream? Can you guys drop down in the chat if this is your first time in my stream? Because if it is, I would like to kind of go over why I frame things, why I frame my ICT concepts around how the candle is forming, the high time frame candles. But if you guys have been in my stream before, then you already know. I wish that when you guys joined, I could see y'all's usernames so I wouldn't have to ask. But unless you guys type in the chat, I don't know your username. Man, this thing is a freaking rocket, man. So tonight we will be taking a trade on a alpha 50K premium qualified account. I did just take a payout from this account. It was actually just approved. It hasn't even hit my bank account yet. So I've taken that 50% of my profit out of the account. So I had, yeah, I think it was at like 52,000, maybe 500 or 700 or something. Um, so I took the full 50% that I could of that profit. So I only have like, 12 to 1500 drawdown somewhere in there. So I definitely will be practicing what I'm preaching to you guys about, minimizing my open risk initially and looking to scale in aggressively if I see myself on side of the market, and the opportunity presents to add into a position. We have a lot of open fair value gaps under us on these lower, under the 1 hour time frame. We got a big 30-minute right here. Looking at this 30-minute Dilling range, our equilibrium would basically be right at the 4 hour open on ES. I have that indicator on to show that 4 hour open right there. My A plus setup is I have a clear draw on liquidity in the same direction as a high time frame trend. Check. I can trade on any of the 4 hour candles. So 10 p.m. Asia session candle, 2 a.m. London session candle, 10 a.m. New York AM, or 2 p.m. New York PM. I allow myself to trade those candles if my setup presents. Clear draw and liquidity is first. I have to play off of a 4 hour candle setup. And what that means is I want to see the 4 hour open and manipulate in the opposite direction as me and tap some key level that I have marked, a high time frame fair value gap. Maybe it, sweeps the last 4 hour, the low of the last 4 hour or something, hits a 1 hour fair value gap and then starts to reverse. And then I would want it to flip to be a bullish 4 hour candle to my draw on liquidity. That has helped me not only I had a very good understanding of how to look for what the market was seeking, like this swing high right here. But how do I know that the market's ready to move to this? So I have formulated my strategy to confirm that the market is indeed ready to move, that much to get to that targeted area. based on how the 4 hour um, manipulates. Where is it manipulating into? And then its reaction um, out of that level. That's telling me, or to me, that's showing me the market is manipulating people out and getting ready to move. And that's when I know, hey, I need to get involved here. So this 15 is opening a little bearish. That's nice for us. I have a little 5 minute right here. I'm not the biggest fan of that, but maybe we could mark that because it does seem very bullish right now. So with those notes on the 4 hour, this 4 hour, it does have, you know, a lower wick of manipulation on it. No, it did not really tap a big key level. So I wouldn't formulate this as like A plus plus, but because the last 4 hour candle did tap the 4 hour fair value gap and give a bullish reaction out of it, this candle now opened lower and then now has reversed. I would now, to me, I'm using that as my confirmation that the market is indeed ready to move to this target. It's all about timing. You can have the right target all you want. You can still be wrong. I mean, you can still hit stop loss constantly, even though what your TP is does end up getting hit. People deal with that all the time. And then we also have 15-minute order block right here. It's actually a little higher on ES. But I can't allow myself to chase price. I need some sort of pullback here to get involved. But the higher this drives, the more confident I am in my draw and liquidity. And like I said at the beginning, I don't care at all if I don't get an entry, even if it's way up here, and I have to adjust this trade, something like this. I don't care. That's still 50 points, right? Like, but ideally, what I wanted to have was this was the 12 a.m. opening, uh, 12 a.m. hourly open here. I wanted this to manipulate into the 15 and then give that push out, and then that be the low wick of the hourly, bullish hourly candle, and look for something like that on the hourly chart. But as you can see, this hour has no manipulation at all. So unfortunately, I didn't get my like A plus plus setup, but I think I can still salvage something here. This thing is running very aggressively. I'm gonna slide this over just a little bit so people don't get confused that I'm in a trade or not. I mean, honestly, we could have just hit buy as soon as I started the stream and we would have been rolling, but as we all know, that doesn't always work out like that. But tonight it sure would have. We will get a new 15 here that I don't hate. And then we would also have a new 15-minute billing range down to this uh, down close candle here. So we could potentially look or pull back into here, tap equilibrium, and then catch it off of that, maybe. That's where my head is going right now. Are you anyone that's willing to talk in the chat? Are you guys trading funded accounts or evaluations tonight or right now? So what I'm doing here is applying something I learned from ICT, and it's basically dividing your high time frame levels Here, I'll change the color. That's easier to. Uh, basically making the quadrants of your high time frame um, of your high time frame PD arrays. Mhm. Right. And what you can learn from this is you can see how price reacts from certain levels, right? Like you can see that we came in right up to the 50% of this daily fair value gap and rejected. And now we've, worked and pierced through it now to the upside. That to me is giving me more and more indication that we're going to potentially flip the daily fair value gap right here. If you don't have these quadrants, you don't really have as much perspective. Now, ICT will do this to all his fair value gaps, even on the much lower time frames. I don't do it that religiously. But on like the daily and the 4 hour, it definitely helps you to kind of understand like the likelihood of it inversing or holding. All right, about to get a new 15-minute candle here. Let's see if we did get something like this, we would definitely want to keep our stop below this 30-minute that would be opening in about 16 minutes. So we definitely want to keep stops under that. Still a 100-point target there. And then we would just deem this 1 hour fair value gap that going to form here as our breakaway gap that we would not assume would not get retested. All right, I'll see what we get here. I'll just open. So 300 risk, about four. I'd be looking at about 4 micros on this position to start. Let's see if Ole Miss NQ will give it to us or not. Honestly, the close of this candle is so bullish that this may not even get retapped. We really want something impulsive to the downside, showing us buyers getting liquidated. Look at this little 5 minute range here. Here would be our equilibrium. See if we get a little some sort of bearish short-term push here to the downside. I like this so far. Question: if this bearish push continues for this 12 minutes that we have left on this hour, the question then becomes, do we wait and let this 30-minute here get tapped once that close comes? We'll see how this shakes out here. So 15-minute range is locked to this. I'm gonna delete this one. Our equilibrium of the 15-minute Dilling range right here. Let's go over to ES, do a quick analysis of it. A 15-minute Dilling range. Order block. Uh, ES doesn't even have that 15-minute. I like PD arrays much more. I feel like they have a much higher probability when both indexes have it in common. You can always go down in time frame and find one. But see, like right here, we don't have a fair value gap in here. What I would like even more than this trade is if this bearish push holds a little longer and we finish this 9 minutes left on this 15-minute candle and we open this big 30-minute fair value gap here. And then on the 1 a.m. open, we get an open lower, giving us ideally the low wick of a bullish 1 hour candle. That would give us something like that. But it may not wait on us. So we do need to be ready to execute just off the 15. But what's going to, and I guess the best way I can try to give you guys the free sauce is the best way I can tell that is off of the manipulation. Off of, you can call it the pullback, you can call it the manipulation, you can call it whatever you want. But I want to see something impulsive against the higher time frame trend where I can see people getting liquidated And that is, to me, showing me that the market is seeking out the orders needed to continue. It looks like this little 1 minute right here is holding price down. Which is good. We want price temporarily to get held down. We ideally we would like those to hold. May not get what we want here though. That 5 minute candle is looking pretty bullish. 2 minutes left on that 5 minute. 15's buying its way back up. This thing is being very stubborn to the upside here. Wow. 7 minutes until close of the hour. They're still 62 points away. I just feel like if I longed from here, I would regret it. There's just to be going into a new hour, there's a lot of inefficiencies in there that this next hour could want to open up and manipulate into. If we would have gotten this pullback, then I would probably be okay, and I could have just put the stop under this 30 minute, the low of where this 30 minute fair value gap will be, and we would have probably been safe. But it looks like to me it's kind of stalling here for a minute. So see if we get a AMD model here. Four minutes, 30 seconds left on the spot, 15 minute and the top of the hour. That is where more than likely I will do my transacting. It is very, very rare that you will see me enter a position before a new hourly candle. Unless the hour before that had some severe manipulation. Also gonna looks like we're gonna be opening up a new 15-minute fair value gap as well. Sorry for eating in front of you guys. I've been traveling all day today, and I just got home not too long ago. Let's see if we can. We got about 2 minutes here. Let's see if we get this fresh hourly candle opening, and we want to see the some impulsivity to the downside off the hourly open. My eyes now that I'm seeing how this is shaking out. If this would have opened and then immediately given us this manipulation, then I would have probably thought about taking this trade. But now that we've gotten, like, if we go down in time frame, like even down to like the 1 minute, see how we have this kind of accumulation here forming. Now seeing that, my eyes are less worried about this 15-minute. Why? One, because I have a higher time frame now forming in 1 minute, and that's this 30. Two, the reason number two is ES over here does not have this 15-minute. It's not common between both the indexes. I like playing off of key levels or PD arrays that are consistent on both indices. Doesn't have to be the same size. Obviously, it's never going to be the same size. Um, but that the same candle and the same spot, that that type of thing had an inefficiency on it. To me, that's the level is higher probability. So because that 30-minute, because the 30-minute is in common between the two, I like that level much more. So you can see here on ES, it is a bit smaller, but it's there. And it's sitting right on top of the 15-minute order block that we marked out a little earlier. All right, here's our fresh hour. Here is our 30-minute fair value gap now that has been uh, locked in. Now the candles closed. Do have a Here is going to be kind of the gamble. I can see it now. You have this now 15-minute fair value gap tap. Do you take longs off of that? Because technically you do have now a little wick on the 1 hour. And then, oh man, that's kind of brutal to be honest. Because you really need to protect yourself from this 30-minute. Because this thing may just run. We did get the tap, higher high now, forming. I'm gonna go ahead and switch over to MNQ here. See what is next. couple of 1 minute candles look like. If it wants to immediately rebalance this inefficiency, no wick on this either. So we did make higher highs on both. So we tapped the 15 minute and then we made a higher high. I'm going to stab two here. Going to 4 hour chart. This is my target, which is that high of day Thursday. So sometimes these micro charts and the full size charts can have slightly different levels. Uh, so looking at 32, 6, 3, 75. So yeah, this one's 264.25. So because I just took a payout on this account, 6.3. I really just want, uh, all I really want is above a $200. I really just want a $200 sell stop. So our stop, I at least give it tapped at 30. The ES, oh, I didn't even see that. ES didn't even tap the C15 right here. I actually don't like this as much now. I didn't know that. I think it's gonna want. Now, if this starts to, uh, for me personally, if I start seeing what I don't like, and I probably wouldn't have taken this, is I didn't notice that ES didn't tap this 15, which is making me question whether or not this is the false move of the 1 hour. Is this the manipulation, which would basically just make us the liquidity? That's not looking very bullish there. It has no wick on the 15-minute at all. Big 30-minute sitting right here on both. Yeah, I don't really love that. About the 15 got tapped on both. You have this little 1 minute right here, I think is our, it's holding price up currently. Yeah. See if we get a flip to this 2 minute candle here. See if this is just a wick of it. Now we're about to inverse this 1 minute here. Trade's not wrong. I think that ES is just going to seek tap this 15 minute. I don't want to sit and draw down because I don't know if it's going to want the 30 minute or not. So we are forming bullish SMT. See if we get this 5 to flip on us. We want this 5 minute to get bought back up. So very light initial risk. I was describing earlier. I just took a payout off this specific account, so I don't have that much drawdown buffer. What I Well, really in general, I don't really risk that much on my initial quote stop loss risk. I get all my gains from scaling on pullbacks. That's what I would want to do with this. New 5 minutes starting here. We did get a nice little SMT there. ES still hasn't tapped his 15, which I don't like. And I wouldn't have entered if I would have noticed that. I just saw NQ tap it, make a higher high. I saw ES make a higher high, so I just kind of ran with it. It seems like our trending price action has really gone down. We've been chopping here for about 30 or 40 minutes. This could just be a bearish 30-minute candle coming to tap this 30-minute fair value gap right here. And that was a manipulation. Basically make me the liquidity. Nasdaq's looking much weaker than the US too. If I get this tap right here on BS, can that be enough? We are on a new 15-minute. So maybe ideally we're putting in the low wick of the 15 here. Yeah, S&T still there. Need to see this start getting ball back up. I would be much more, I would like that. I didn't mean to do that. I would like this a lot more if my stop could be under this 30-minute. I feel much safer. I'm going to make my decision when ES touches this 15 and see what reaction we get off of it. We still, we got 10 minutes left on this 15-minute handle. We got plenty of time for it to ideally buy its way back up. But I think for us to go make a new higher high off of this high, I think ES is going to have to close this inefficiency here at minimum. Because it could set up where it's a 2 a.m. delivery out of a 1 hour. See what we get here. I'm not a big fan of this, honestly. This is really not my style of trading. I didn't obviously at the time I entered. I didn't purposely do it, but I mean the framework is there. I mean the framework is 100% aligned with my strategy, but the because ES didn't tap any key level off the hourly open, and it's just kind of sitting in no man's land. It didn't tap the 15, it didn't tap this open 30 or the order block. I mean, it didn't really tap anything. NQ did, and they both went and made higher highs. I was just watching NQ, and I said, okay, it tapped the 15 off the hourly open, so it manipulated lower. Now it's flipping up. It's making a new higher high. Market's ready to, to me, is ready to deliver. But I didn't, I didn't see that on ES, unfortunately. So we'll have to see what we get here. The 15 did get bought. The low wick did get bought all the way back up on ES. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. NQ's filled probably 95% of this inefficiency now. So I really don't want, at this point, I really don't want to see it start trickling back down this wick in the next, 7 minutes until this 15 closes. You know, 1 minute IFEG here. We want to see that level hold. Not do that. Seems like every time it gets some momentum, it gets stuffed back down. Mm. Now we're getting the impulsivity to the downside that I was originally wanting. Unfortunately, we're kind of stuck to endure it, which is what you don't want. All right, there's our 15 tap finally on ES. Tapping this 30 now in Q. This is our zone here. We need to see it flip. I'm gonna get this open. This thing just flew all the way through that. I'm out of this thing. This thing's not gonna deliver. Yeah, we're gonna call that one there. So what I want to see now, my draw is still open. And honestly, with the pullback now, I'm just able to profit more from it. So looks good on that tap so far. See how this 30 and 15 close. All right, so we're on our fresh 30-minute now. Fresh 30-minute candle, fresh 15-minute candle. We want to see these fair value gaps, this 30-minute fair value gap on both indexes. We want to see this get respected. We want to see this be the low wick and then start to inverse to the upside from here. And then our original draw would be open. So we scaled that, we took the loss there on this. So down 38 points. But the draw on liquidity, I think, is still gold. Mm, very heavy manipulation, potentially. So if we look at the 1 hour, I mean, we do have this here. I mean, maybe we are about to get a new 4 hour candle. Maybe that next 4 hour candle wants to draw into this 1 hour fair value gap. And then we get that. Sorry, that's a terrible drawing. And then maybe we get something like this on that next 4 hour candle. I was really, I was more going to classify this as the breakaway gap. If this 30 held, I was just going to say this would be the breakaway gap, but didn't get retapped. But oh man, we were waiting all for the last hour for some bearish pullback. And now we're getting it. We got this equilibrium of the 1 hour range here, right above that 1 hour fair value gap. So um, maybe that's where it is seeking. And it is a corresponding gap. That's what I call it, where it's on both indexes. So, yeah, equilibrium on both indexes are right above this 1 hour. I mean, the 4 hour to me, so ES is already swept this level. This would be the level that we were targeting here. So it's already swept it, and then it continued to push higher through it, which made me believe that we we were less likely to have an SMT at that high. And as this candle was fully extended, I didn't really mind taking a long, on that 4 hour candle for it to continue. Yeah, I don't think this Yeah. I don't know. I think it's very unlikely that we hold this 30 minute, especially on ES. It's way deep. So I'm probably just gonna chill until the 2 a.m. candle open and see what it looks like then. The draw on liquidity up there is gonna get hit today. I'm 99% sure of that. Oh yeah, guys, I'm liking this. Liking this. 5 minute billing range here and here. Uh, all right, here's our 2 a.m. open. New 4 hour candle now. Where is the 4 hour wick gonna land? That is the question. So we haven't quite inversed this 4 hour on ES yet. Really, really confident here on our draw up here. I did take a stab here in Asia. I took a 30 something point loss, 38 point loss. I cut it early. I did have my stop well, basically under halfway under the 30 minute, but or consequent encroachment of the 30 minute, but I cut it because it was pretty clear to me that it was gonna want to run lower. So my trade setup is formulated off of the daily. Um, I'm considering lower, lower low, lower high, lower low, higher high. I'm deeming that to be a daily breaker block there. I don't trade Mondays, but I saw Monday opening very, very bullish. I also see the 50% line of this breaker block being respected. So then I basically just look what is the next obvious point of liquidity, and that is this 4 hour swing high. ES has already taken this high. So if we look at the 4 hour on ES, you can see that we have here is that high here. It's last Thursday's high, and we swept it. It looked like it was going to reject it, and that would have just given us like an SMT off that high. But you can see the last 4 hour candle kicked back up to the upside, which is why I was willing to get involved in Asia towards this, but didn't really fall how I wanted it to, obviously, so I cut it. And glad I did save myself a agony amount of drawdown. Um, is this wick here, this long wick would have gotten me. So good cut on my part, I think. Looking at the 1 hour with my trade during Asia, I was just going to assume that this 1 hour was going to be the breakaway gap and that it wasn't going to rebalance. But when this started coming down full steam, I then kind of changed my mind and said maybe this 1 hour gets tapped off of the 2 a.m. 4 hour open, like manipulate and then deliver. But as you can see, this candle did get bought back up pretty aggressively to the upside. So that may be our enough manipulation for us to continue up. If we open this 4 hour here, we would have, and that low stays intact, we would have a 4 hour potentially for New York AM, which could potentially set up other trades from. But for now, I'm only focused on Thursday's high because that is a 4 hour swing high that I think's very high probability of getting hit. Um, so I've kind of just been sitting here for the last 30 minutes, kind of waiting, um, see what we were gonna get here. So we pulled. So if we kind of ignore this for just a second, we had this 15 up here that I actually took my entry off of earlier. It tapped it, 1 a.m. hourly candle tapped, lower tapped to 15, pushed and made a higher high. That's when I got involved to go there. Um, Obviously, it closed not very strong and then it fell off. But it's now fallen through that 15 minutes. So now that's an IFEG. And you can see that we did get this aggressive push back up off this wick. But it seems like right now all we're getting is, going back into this 15 IFEG, and now we're kind of rejecting out of it. So the big question for me is, because if let's pull ES up on the same time frame. So you can see that the 30-minute over here was also respected. Question now becomes, like, does this thing start falling through the 30-minute to where this 1 hour potentially gets tapped? Because you do have your 1 hour dealing range swing low to swing high is here and here, obviously really close to the 1 hour. So we may have a pull back into equilibrium before it delivers. Not really sure. From this point right here, I would want, if I get this IFEG kind of pushed over and get this back over here. So we have this 15, this bearish 15-minute now. I would at minimum want this to go IFEG and then look for something like this, which honestly is a much better risk to reward than I had on my original trade anyway. And it's giving me more profit. So down 30, 38 points there. This would be 81. So I like this. And then if it does come down here, then I would do basically the same thing. It's just giving me more room for potential target, honestly. So I'm okay with kind of just sitting and seeing what it shakes out with here. But that would be my bare minimum for entry. So right now we have our 4 hour open. I'm gonna leave these marked on the chart so everybody can see them. So we've opened bearish, which is good. So we're assuming we're gonna have an open, low, high, close, bullish 4 hour candle. We just don't know exactly where the low wick is gonna be. I mean, you never really know, but could be the 1 hour down there. It could be this 30-minute is the bottom, and it pushes up from here. And then the third potential option, or I'm sorry, if it does tap that 1 hour, which is right in this area, it would also it would also be filling in this imbalance that we have now. It'd be filling all this in to where we would not have a 4 hour fair value gap in this area, which it does do like to do sometimes, right? So we're basically just going to let this thing fall until we get some clear indication that it's flipping back up. Um, how I personally trade, guys, is when I have a draw on liquidity that I'm very confident in, that's coming off of a higher time frame narrative like this. Um, I will, my process will allow me to take trades to this level on any of the 4 hour candles. Um, I use the 4 hour candle uh, to see the clear manipulation opposite of me showing liquidations are happening in the market, and that's giving me a better signal that the market is preparing to move, right? Like, how do I know that it's about to climb 96 points, right? Well, if it's going to climb 96 points, I would expect when this 4 hour opens, it's going to have to manipulate people. So the more manipulation I see off of these 4 hour opens, the more confident I am in that it's ready to move and expand. So that's why I say I will potentially take stabs off of the 10 p.m. candle, the 2 a.m. candle, the 10 a.m. candle, or the 2 p.m. candle. But they have to go towards a draw on liquidity that I have um, a very high level of confidence in, that is following a higher time frame narrative. So we have that um, with this. Honestly, the the longer, the last like 10-day trend, 7-day trend is bearish, but the last, 2 or 3 days here are definitely bullish. We're just going to the next swing high. We're not really being super greedy. We did have this 4 hour tap here prior to the last 4 hour candle. That's that's another reason that I wasn't too worried about taking a long off, in the middle of this candle, like I did during Asia, because the previous candle already swept the previous low of the last candle 4 hour, and it tapped the imbalance. So to me, that looked pretty good. So right now we're just gonna let this thing fall and see where it lands, and we'll go from there. But there's our 4 hour opens. We want to see it open lower and then start to flip the 4 hour, and show us that it's ready to move to our draw. And we would be looking for something along the lines of this. So let's just see where it wants to go here. Patience pays. Patience pays. So ES is giving a actually guys, this is getting pretty interesting here. So we are getting an SMT currently if it holds obviously. We are getting an SMT off of this 4-hour open. I don't really like that we didn't tap this 1 hour because that is the only 1 hour on this up leg that we're currently on. No 4 hours, only this 1 hour. We tapped a 30-minute here and here. Um, so based on the SMT, NASDAQ would be the stronger index. Let's see what we get in this leg right here. We want to see this really get impulsive to show us that higher is in. There we go. That's looking good. Because ultimately what we all we really want is to get back to this 4 hour opening price here and flip this 4 hour candle bullish and ride the extension. Now it's giving it all back. I think this is just showing us that the 1 hours it's wanting to touch the 1 hour. All right, here we go. This is what we want. I'll move this for now. So SMT is invalid. Don't quite have the 1 hour tap quite yet here. Need this just to tick just a little lower, and then we would be getting very interested in price. I really wanted it to tick just a little lower there and give us this 1 hour tap on both indexes. Really, what we really wanted was just the 4 hour to manipulate lower impulsively, which you can see since this thing's opened here, we've definitely got an impulsive swing down. Now, I just really want that 1 hour to tap. Maybe we get it off of this 3 minute right here. See what this thing does there. Maybe that gives us our one more lower low. That's what we want. There it comes. There it comes. Come on, give us the 1 hour tap, bro. Tired of watching you, NQ. You dabbling, man. You dabbling. All right, let's see. All right. It's looking like ES is sure popping. I don't really, I mean, they both are right here at the 1 hour equilibrium and popping up, but neither of them tap the 1 hour fair value gap right below it. Don't really like that. Like the question is like, are we just making another lower high in the 15 minute? I like these big wicks on ES to the downside. My eyes are still on Thursday's high up there that ES is taken, but NQ is not. Still think that's the draw on liquidity to target today. Just don't want to be too early. I've already had a stab up here in Asia that was early, 38 points down. So I do allow myself a second stab. I am trying to be very patient with it, but this 1 hour not getting tapped, thinking that it reverses and delivers without tapping this is, I don't know. I just don't like that as much personally. If they would tap that, if they would tap this 1 hour, this would start to me looking A plus plus. 4 hour open, manipulate lower, tap the 1 hour, start showing reversal signs, ride it back up to a bullish 4 hour candle. So this hour is about to close. Oh, okay. Okay. All right, here we go. I'm about to frame it up for you guys. Let's see how accurate I get this. See how accurate I get this. So 1 hour is about to close. Let's look at the 1 hour charts here. 1 hour is about to close. What if we get next 1 hour open here, opens opens lower? How can I draw this thing straight? Opens lower, sweeps the previous 1 hour low, taps the 1 hour fair value gap, and then reverses, and then makes a bullish 1 hour candle, and that flips the 4 hour also to being bullish and gives us our delivery. Maybe because ES has bought its way up much higher than NQ, maybe we might get a SMT at the previous hour low here, hourly low, where ES may not tap this 1 hour. And we have that SMT there instead. I would be totally fine with that trade. But this is looking extremely bullish to me. I'm gonna let this close for sure. So 2 minutes, we'll let this close and then we'll go from there. I'm finna bank on this thing, man. I'm extremely patient, guys. That if you want to watch somebody hammer trades every 5 minutes, this isn't the channel for you. I'm gonna get my, 3 to 5 trades a week, and I'm gonna be very confident in them. Let me rephrase that. I'm gonna have 3 to 5 targets that I believe are going to get hit per week, and I'm gonna take 2 setups a day to try to hit the target, uh, and let the chips fall where they fall. All right, let's see here. So ES is now flipping the 4 hour. See what it does here. We would really want, see what the 5 minutes looking like. So as ES have, yeah, ES is broken 5 minute structure now. Three, I just don't really like how it's not really, it's kind of just wicking at nothing. Actually, it did close the 4 hour inefficiency right here. Look at that. Look at that. I didn't notice that. Look at that. See how it came down and balanced the inefficiency that would have been a 4 hour FEG down to the tick. So no, we didn't get the 1 hour tap, but it did close the inefficiency gap. Let's look at NQ. So NQ is going to leave this potentially behind as a 4 hour bullish fair value gap. I'm gonna let this shake for probably the first. We don't want to assume too quickly that this is the hourly low. That would be our risk, right? Like if we go long from here, this hourly low's got to hold. We're only 4 minutes into the hourly candle. And if we can break this high here on NQ, we would it would open up this as a breaker block that we could potentially use for entry as well. ES is actually about to lock that in. We may honestly need to look to take this on ES and then just sell when NASDAQ hits our draw on liquidity here. Because it's sure looking much more bullish. So this is now in 8 minutes technically. This would come to 15-minute breaker block. So we would potentially have a 15-minute breaker here, a 15-minute IFEG if this holds here at where the 4 hour open. So we've opened, we've manipulated lower, now we've popped back up, flipped the 4 hour candle back bullish. Can we get that little retap of these levels maybe? And then we could potentially look to long from there and then just hold this thing until NQ hits that level. I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back, guys. Oh. So we maybe trying to get those early buyers out. So I would deem these lows now as liquidity. I would consider all of Asia liquidity. Or let me rephrase. I would consider all of Asia long liquidity, meaning buyers, to be under this low. So see guys, patience pays, man. It pays. See what happens here. Let's see if we get, I mean, this, what would be even cooler is if we could get an SMT for NQ sweeps. ES doesn't. We could look to take the trade on ES. See, ES is currently filled this order block here. And then it also has a 5-minute FEG there. See if maybe that holds ES up and NQ sweeps. The 5 minute is looking like it's going to hold. I mean, maybe not. I mean, it's not close, but it's getting a good pop. Let me rephrase what I said there. See if see if we see if it wants to hold. So we're still in the pocket of time that I mean, the first 20 minutes of this of an hourly candle. It's okay. I mean, that's plenty reasonable for it to still be on the the wrong side of the origin and we want it to close on. 4 hour candle. We still got 2 hours, 42 minutes left on it. So plenty of time for that thing to flip. I mean, we're right there, bro. Like we're one 15-minute candle away from the open. I like the I like this setup. 4 hour candle here, bearish manipulation off the open, tapping key area. Well, I mean, it didn't, but that's what I wanted to do. Clear draw on liquidity above and playing all off of a consequent encroachment hold of a daily breaker block. Um, very bullish response yesterday. 4 hour open at the 6 p.m. The open for today opened, swept the previous low, or the previous 4 hour low, tapped the H4, bullish push up. That to me looks good. Um, we took a 38 point stop. What didn't stop? Discretionary close during Asia off the 10 p.m. candle. We have here. So we had the previous candle sweep this 4 hour low. So, and we had some manipulation here. So I was okay with taking a long up here. I had a hourly open, 1 a.m. hourly open and manipulate into a 15-minute untapped fair value gap. And then I was looking to continue higher to my draw. I like the trade, but it didn't look too good. So I cut it early as it was running through this 15-minute FEG. ES was following suit. It opened that 30-minute up. So good close there. And now we're honestly just getting left much more room for profit than we were way up here anyway. So I'm okay with it. We're on. So now to make sure everybody's caught up on where we are, ES, as I saw that pullback happening, obviously I kind of took my hands off the mouse. Here is that 4 hour high. Look at that. Look at that wick right there. I mean, I won't even use a marker, bro. Hold on. I'll just draw the thinnest line I can draw. Look at that. You can't make that up. You can't make that up, bro. It, so it came down, the 4 hours now come down and completely balanced where that inefficiency would have been to the tick. Now, of course, that did leave this 1 hour untapped, but that's pretty interesting to me. Um, NQ did not close it completely off, so it would have a slight inefficiency there on the 4 hour, and it also didn't tap the H1. So that's why we're not in a trade now already. If I would have gotten that 1 hour tap, I probably would have taken an inversion on, like a 5 minute inversion or something already. So now we have opened a new hourly candle 22 minutes ago. It put in this low here and then ES here. And then it immediately bought its way all the way up to make this high. It looked very bullish. If we take a look down at ES here, like that 15-minute candle here, very bullish. But you can see since then we've had rejection. So what I'm thinking now is that I see this as impulsivity. I would assume that people were sent into the market here for longs, stop loss here, probably targeting this high at least. There's probably millions of people that have this exact trade. Now, some people may have gotten out at this swing high and been fine. Some people may have done a two to one RR and been fine here. It's a risky trade though, right? But anyone still holding it, they're all about to be break even in this spot, right where this right where this entry is, somewhere in here, right? You're about to start hitting a bunch of break evens. And then I would deem that this low down here is basically the complete run through of all the people entering longs during the London session, right? Starting at 2 a.m. There's my 2 a.m. candle. It's right here. There's 2 a.m. So that's the start of London. If you're getting long, it's sold off and now it's starting to, get this bullish impulsivity. Where are you going to be long at? You're going to be long somewhere in here, right? Maybe off this wick, maybe you get a perfect entry. I don't know. But so the way that I look at liquidity would be, as this runs through all those break evens, all that, the last bit of that would be at this low, unless people have really wide stops, maybe they stay safe. But what would be interesting to me is if we get a raid on that, and with how close NQ is to that, I would like even probably more if we got some kind of SMT where where NQ taps the 1 hour here, sweeps the liquidity, but maybe ES doesn't because ES has been trending a little more bullish tonight. So maybe that would be nice. May not get it though. Seems to be flipping back pretty strong here. Still hasn't formed a new high on the 5. That's to me going to tell the story. So we'll see what we get. I think we have a very good trade entry um, drawn out though. So what are our key entry points here? All right, if the uptrend continues here, what do I want to see? I want to see this 15 on ES go IFEG. That would get me above the 4 hour open, right? Maybe off a retap or something. Why do I like that trade? Because I also have a very close swing high that I could probably take risk off at and then just hold this as long as it takes for NQ to hit this. If we get rejection here, then maybe we get the SMT. Maybe they both sweep. I don't know. But if we get the sweep here and the 1 hour tap, then I would just find, a inverse off of this last manipulation leg through what I'm deeming to be all the bottom of the sell orders stacked up in there, whether it's break even or stopping people out, their stop losses. I would look for IFEG off that leg because that is the manipulation leg. And then I would look to position myself off of that. Probably leave a good stop on it because I got so much room for target. There's no reason to hug this thing too tight. And then I could probably, if I got something like, uh, say that this sells off to here, and then I get the IFEG here, I could go this under the low, and then I could probably even look at this to become a TP1. So that's where my brain is right now. I think I think one or the other of those scenarios, I think we're gonna get. We may not. And guys, anybody that's new to my stream, one thing about me is like when I'm very confident in a draw on liquidity, like I'm pretty freaking sure that that's gonna get hit in the next day, or next few sessions. I will sit here and hunt this thing because I'm really only looking to take 3 to 5 trades a week. I'm only trying to be able to highly predict, 3 to 5 targets a week, and I want to be involved. If I'm involved in each move to those targets, even if I take like this a little 38-point stop out, is if I do that week to week, and if I'm wrong that day, then I come back the next day, and I don't go, tilting and all that stuff that I used to do, back in the day. I mean, I still struggle with it. I mean, everyone struggles with it. But I used to do it really bad. Um, it usually turns out really good for me in the sense of the week and the month. Looks like we're gonna get it though, boys. I think this liquidity sweep on at least on NQ. I think this is coming. The 5 minute doesn't look really bearish yet, but yeah, like I thought, probably the 3 minute would look pretty bearish. Let's see if this let's see if this 3 minute here continues to hold price down. And let's see if we get this sweep. Because if we get this sweep, guys, like this is about to be a pretty mint trade to me. And I'm probably gonna cut some risk on this. I may buy a few payout. I may buy a few evals to run this trade on too. So this 15, it's already been this bearish 15-minute fair value gap. It's already been tapped over here on NQ to equal or to consequent encroachment. And it's been pierced a good many times over here on ES. I really think that I do like this level uh, on ES to go IFEG for our potential entry here. I really do like the sweep here to get the H1 tap more, but may not may not get it. And the one thing that's keeping me at bay is the 4 hour wick coming down and closing this inefficiency to the tick and then rejecting perfectly. Now I'm looking at a 15-minute uh, breaker block on ES. So you have um, low, high, lower low. Actually, you got back to back breaker blocks. I was sorry, that's a 30 minute. There we go. Low, high, lower low, make a higher high. Or actually, it already made the higher high here. Pull it back in and close though. Did kind of leak underneath the breaker though. Low, high, lower low, higher high. So I like that. For me to give me added trust in the breaker holding, we would just use this 15 fair value gap actually going IFEG because you can see since it was made right here, its held price here, 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 and now potentially again here. So we're either going to get that or the sweep down here. Either one gets us into a trade, though. I mean, unless something that I don't foresee. All right, looks like we're getting our sweet boys. And then we're potentially going to set ourselves up for an SMT low. Uh, we're going to potentially set ourselves up because of how strong ES is holding. We could get an SMT at the low here, and then that would give us our equilibrium bound tap. Our 1 hour tap has now officially been in. Sweep has happened. Patience pays, people. Patience pays. I know there was people that wanted a long in here. That look at this 15-minute candle, bro. You know how many people longed in that 15-minute candle? Patience pays, man. Patience pays. Yeah. So if we get the SMT low, that would actually be a 1 hour. Let me make sure yeah, that'd be a 1 hour sweep. That'd be the 1 hour low sweep. SMT at a 1 hour low sweep in a PD array with a clear draw higher. That to me, boys, is like triple A. So now, all right, so let's go ahead and mark the SMT over here as well. Uh, okay. All right, so we're going to call that the SMT. We're going to, let's see, the 15-minute candle just opened here, 12 minutes left on it. We could potentially, ooh, this would be a very cheap trade, guys. I mean, very cheap to what you could potentially profit to it off this first 15-minute inverse. It's a little risky. The safer option would be to wait until you get like a change in the state of uh, delivery, which would be technically here on the 15-minute, and then getting maybe going IFEG on the 15 over here on ES, which would flip the 4 hour. But if you look at it in just a sense of risk to reward, if we get the 15-minute here, or I have this great box. Now, it's not obviously you got 12 minutes that this high's got a hold for it to make that, but I'm just saying if you did get this and you could play if you got the opportunity to play this as an IFEG, that would offer something crazy. Run that all the way under that low. Even to that swing high is freaking bank. That almost, guys, that almost might. I think that's worth it for me to try that. If that opportunity presents, I'm probably going to run that. But anybody that's in drawdown, anyone that's uh, you know, in any kind of negative situation on that account that you're trading, this the safer thing, in my opinion, is to wait for change of the state of changing the state of delivery here. CISD would be there, and then get ES back above the 4 hour open, inversing that 15. All right, here's our H1 tap on ES. There's a sweep. Look at that impulsivity. You can see the liquidations coming. When you see that big push under those lows, like this 5 minute here, this is this is the market showing you it's rolling through those orders. Now we want to see the opportunity to get this thing bought back up. So 8 minutes left on this 15. We want to see the 15 start giving us a wick. So we did invalidate the SMT, um, but we got both sweeps. We got both of them tapping the fair value gap. So it's a win-win, bro. I like the sweep. I like the sweep a lot. I want to see this. Ideally, we want this to be a very bullish area, right? If we want this to deliver, so I don't want to see it sit and dabble too long in these fair value gaps. I want to see this thing start buying up impulsively. I want to see that this this last, right, because they had this trend going. They'll do this all the time. They'll have this trend going, and then they'll give you that big bullish push, and you can see that right here. Huge bullish candle, right? It looks like it's going to charge ahead and start sweeping these highs. And then what does it do? It leaves all of London liquidity sitting right here at these lows, and then it rips it on them. Now, once this thing rips, I want to see that it has taken enough sell orders I mean, sell stop orders through here that are now getting pushed back up by buyers. That is telling me that this is the high likelihood that this is going to be the 4 hour candle low of the 2 a.m. 4 hour candle. And now we're going to have our open here, and we would essentially look to have a 4 hour candle, something like this, showing us that this will deliver. Now we're pushing now to almost 4. So we've now spent 2 hourly candles just getting down here. So for us to deliver here, we can do it. Like if you look at, like, see the range of these 2 hourly candles, 198 points, we took that to where we are right now. Like we deliver, right? So we have the time on this 4 hour candle to deliver this, but we don't have a lot of time for it to sit and uh you know act like it's deciding on whether it wants to go up or down. We uh we want to see it, know it, right? So ES has already taken out the draw and liquidity that we're targeting on NASDAQ. I would potentially be interested in taking the trade on ES just because it's ran more bullish. And then we could just TP when NASDAQ hits this high. But we'll see how it shakes out. Haven't fully decided on that yet. I would like I would like this 15 to continue to buy up where it leaves us even if it's just this much wick, like that's fine. Like I just want to see some reaction from it. And then that would actually leave us this 15 minute right here that we could potentially play IFEG for a very high RR trade out, TP1 here, TP2 here, something like that. Let's see if ES. So ES would not have that 15 minute. So it would not be a corresponding fair value gap, meaning that it's in common between the indices. Unfortunately, I really like, especially my entry IFEG. I really want it to be on both. Nice little bullish pop here, guys. See if we can get involved here, maybe. I would honestly. So we have let's dive in on ES because ES is looking pretty well. Yeah, it's a new 15-minute candle. Doesn't have much manipulation on it. We actually have a 15-minute SMT right here. So let's mark that out. This looks pretty solid, guys. I'm not going to go back through all the confluences again. So what led us here, but this started at the idea started at Asia, but we've been waiting for this for 2 hours now. All right, so SMT at the lows, I like that. We have change in the state of delivery on the 5 minute would be here on ES. And then we would also have us a IFEG right here. 15 minutes not giving really, we don't really have a bunch of any good structure to take a potentially cheap trade from on ES without waiting for this 15 to go inverse. Um, you got 1 minute, 50 seconds left on that 5 minute. Let's see here. So we have a corresponding IFEG. No, we don't. No, that's a 15. So we have a 15-minute there. That's right. I remember that. See what the 5 minute looks like. So this would be the corresponding 5 minute fair value gap. That would potentially now be going IFEG. Obviously, it hasn't closed yet, so we don't know for sure. But so what I think it's ending up looking like is they caught some people short here, or caught some people early, taking IFEGs off of this, and they inversed it barely, and then they swept on NQ, giving the SMT. Anybody that took that, but it ended up still holding the gap, but it swept the low. I like that, honestly. So 5 minute did not IFEG. I'm gonna go ahead and change this so I don't get confused. I think we're really close to, so that's 15-minute CISD here. No, it's not. Why? All right. Looking good, guys. It's looking really good. Let's see how this 5 minute right here closes. Let's see if we get this IFEG or not. Looks like we will. We can go ahead and start formulating our trade off the concept that we get the IFEG. I would like something like this. Now, if I take the trade on ES, I don't really have a target because I'm waiting. I would target this getting hit on NQ and I would just wait for that. And that would be my TP. So I don't really have something to do my risk to reward off of that accurately. Um, but maybe it's something like that. And that would be about 0.9. Let's see what it's rejecting it again, bro. Right at the end. It doesn't want to IFE. That's interesting. I thought that that would be it. I thought that that was going to give it to us, to be honest. Oh man. I think this M5 is definitely a key level. What do you guys think? We're invalidating the SMT now. Man, man, thought we would have it. Dang, it just ran everybody, bro. I see him manipulating everybody. Like, so now did we just get another SMT? Bro, bro, this 15 minutes about to look nuts, dude. Look at this. Look at this 15-minute now. So you got 15-minute SMT there, and now you got another 15-minute SMT there. You literally got like an arrowhead. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. All right, bro. If we don't get no bullish push off of that, I don't know what will. That's crazy. So now this should 100%. It's got to be the manipulation leg. All right, I'm gonna give this thing this. This is it right here. Let's see if that holds. We want that thing to rip. We want this thing to flip. That's our flip to entry there. I mean, I like the 5 minute candle there. That looks good to me. Let's see if we get this flip here. We could potentially take a very cheap trade, guys. I mean, extremely cheap for the potential profit. I mean, if you're willing to really hold it and leave your stop on and just let it run. So here's our 5 minute IFEG. Let's get this one fixed. All right, so pretty small on the fifth 5 minute there. This is crazy manipulation right here, bro. Manipulated everybody up. SMT, start this candle, and then swipe everybody down. And now they're about to deliver. Bro, this is why this takes the ultimate focus and patience, bro. Patience, patience. I have to tell myself that 50,000 times a freaking day. This is the trades. This is the trade, man. This is it. I can feel it. I followed every bit of my strategy. This has been presented to me. I believe that this can deliver. I like this idea. I have plenty of room for my stop. I got a good 1 to 6, 8 just to that swing high, and I plan on holding longer. 9, 6, not over leveraging. All right, here we go. All right, this is a 3 minute, sorry. Waiting for this 5 minute closure here. I'm going to assume, go ahead and mark this up as an IFEG here. We might actually switch back to NQ because the last SMT is actually dictating that NQ is the stronger index. And NQ does have the draw on liquidity that I'm ultimately targeting on the high time frame. And it's a better risk to reward, honestly. Probably gonna switch back to NQ here. Looks like a three micro position would be what I'd be taking initially. I would look for potential opportunities to scale in once in profit. All right, here's our next 5 minute. See if we get a lower open on this. Do we have any? We got a 2 minute in here, maybe. Can this pull price in? We'd like to get a uh, retap of this 5 minute IFEG. So first thing that my eyes are going to be drawn to, guys, is do we make a new high here on both of them? If we want to pull back into the M5 IFVG, I'm okay with that first. Could potentially break the high and then make a bullish 5 minute here, and I'd be totally fine with taking entry off that as well. Once the IFEG's in, I'm greenlit. I'm going to go ahead and take this off my ES chart. So the way this candle's forming, it looks pretty good to want to retap the IFEG here. Let's be patient, just a few more minutes here. Let's see if we get this tap here. I'm gonna go ahead and mark this 5 minute as well, or uh, be open to entry on. I really don't want it to run too far on me. I would still enter, but risk the reward. So it's a new 15-minute candle. Let's see if we get a lower wick on it. That's what we would want to look for our potential entry at. Yep, here it comes. Looks like we're gonna get it here. Did take the CISD line, tap the 4 hour. Now I'm gonna go down in time frame here. Now we're tapping the 5 minute. This looks very good to me. Down to the 1 minute. I would like an IFEG to confirm here, but I may not get it. Just gonna hold my entry window here for just a second. And we do have the IFEG right here too. I would like it to leave us at 1 minute IFEG here on this down leg. That would be great. All right, here's our tap of the 5 minute IFEG. Let's see if ES digs one more time to tap it. All right, so we definitely got us a IFEG leg here. We need this thing to hold. I don't really want to see it start coming back down here to these lows. All right, here we go. So we got a 2 minute up here. We'll have a 3 minute in just a minute 40 seconds. We got a couple of 1 minutes here. I need an impulsive leg to the upside. 20. Oh, I don't like that. I don't want this 5 minute to go IFEG. I don't like that. And we got back to back 15-minute SMTs. I really want the SMT to be the 4 hour low. Man, this is testing my patience. Man. All right. It's not giving me my setup. Very interesting. Double SMT, daily level, 4 hour swing point as target, 4 hour open lower, manipulated into the H1 untapped fair value gap, double 15-minute SMT, no follow through, and then they dump it. Oh my gosh, dude. This is freaking disgusting. All right. Um, I really don't have another way. It's kind of taken every option of how this would play. Because I don't really like going all the way back down to this 4 hour because it's already been tapped. 'All right, guys, I'm gonna close it down for now. And I'll hop back on for New York AM, and I'm guessing that this target will hold for New York AM. Honestly, now you could almost deem this as relative equal highs. 45 points, not really. Maybe that's a little much. That'd be your Asia high. Still like longs though. Still really like longs into that area. So I'm gonna let some time pass here. Maybe it wants to sweep, some of these hourly lows in here or something. But for now, I'm gonna let this thing go, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Peace out.